Oh, nothing. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The time is now 11 a.m. on a beautiful rainy day in Augusta, Georgia. God, thank you for this rain. Madam Clerk, I call this session to order. Attorney Plunkett.
Mr. Mayor, I believe there's one addendum item, or two addendum items to be considered at this motion.
Okay.
This morning, I don't know if you want to do that before or after the legal session.
Probably after, so that we can make sure that all of our colleagues are here.
Okay. Well, then we would ask for a motion to go into executive session, discuss personnel, pending and threatened litigation, and real estate matters.
Motion to approve.
All right. There's a motion I heard by Commissioner Catherine Smith Rice from the 3rd, seconded by Commissioner Don Clark from the 5th. Madam Clerk, seeing no colleagues in the queue for discussion, we're voting.
They're coming, I'm sorry.
I'll send her mine and I'll take that one. Thank you. I'm sorry. I'm just putting it all in your face. Oh, I got a vote.
Oh, I thought you were ready.
Sir. That motion carries with Mr. Jordan Johnson, Mr. Lewis, and Mr. Garrett out.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're now suspended to executive session. We'll be back shortly. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to get started in just a minute. We apologize for our tardiness. But isn't it a beautiful day in Augusta, Georgia? We got some rain. Chief Burton, how much rain we got? We got enough to dry things out, the moisten things up just a little bit?
Hoping that it get down south.
All right, get down south. Down to our friends in the south. All right, I think 2, 4, 6. Madam Clerk, I think we have a quorum here. I'm going to call this meeting back to order. Attorney Plunkett. Time is now 2:23 p.m.
Mr. Mayor, we request a motion to authorize you to sign the closed meeting affidavit.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second? Second. There is a motion by the Commissioner from the 3rd, Catherine Smith Rice, seconded by Commissioner Lonnie Wimberly. Madam Clerk, seeing no colleagues in the queue, we're voting.
Ms. Scott, were you wanting to participate? Were you wanting to participate in the vote for the closed meeting affidavit? Yes. Thank you. That motion carries with Ms. Pulliam, Mr. Lewis, Mr. Garrett out.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Attorney Plunkett, are there any motions as a result of our executive session?
There are two, sir. The first is we request a motion to authorize the mayor to execute a letter of support and pledge of up to $200,000 in connection with an application by the Augusta Regional Airport for GDOT SCASD grant to recruit a new airline which would lease space at the airport if the recruitment is successful.
So moved.
Thank you, Attorney Plunkett. I have a motion by Commissioner from the 3rd, Commissioner Rice's. I think I heard a second from Commissioner Francine Scott. No colleagues are in the queue. We're voting.
That motion carries with Mr. Garrett and Mr. Guilfoyle out.
Madam Clerk, Attorney Plunkett.
The second is to request a motion to authorize the mayor to execute a resolution to authorize Augusta's participation in the remnant defendant opioid settlement agreement.
Second.
There's a motion by Commissioner Scott from the 9th, seconded by Commissioner Catherine Smith Rice from the 3rd. Seeing no colleagues in the queue, we're voting.
Yes.
That motion carries with Mr. Garrett out.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, as I understand, there's a couple of addendum items that we need to address before we move to committees. There's 2 items. Can you read them in for the record, please?
Yes, sir. Item number 1 is to authorize the mayor to execute the 2026 Housing and Urban Development Certification of Consistency for the Salvation Army Emergency Shelter for Families projects. Item number 2 is to authorize the mayor to execute the 2026 Housing Urban Development Certification of Consistency for the Safe Homes of Augusta, Inc. Emergency Shelter Program.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 3rd, Commissioner Catherine Smith Rice.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did have an email that I'd sent out yesterday to add
That
something
about the
to the addendum.
public services? Was that regarding the swimming pools?
That was.
It was, well, you didn't identify. I put it on public services.
Okay, that's under me. That'll work. Okay, good. I didn't see it on here. Thank you.
All
Thank
right.
you, Mr. Honor.
Colleagues, is there any objection to addressing these 2 items on today's addendum agenda? This is on special call. Madam Clerk, I don't hear or see any objection to these items.
Okay.
Attorney Plunkett, is there anything specific you need to add regarding these clarifications, or we just need to call for a vote in both of
Just
them?
these are time sensitive, and historically HCD would have a annual approval that was done. Now we don't do that, so these just kind of come up as needed. And we're just asking for approval to authorize you to sign these 2 certificates.
Thank you so much, Attorney Plunkett. Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 1st, Commissioner Jordan Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Attorney Plunkett, can you give us some context on the two?
Deputy Jackson has more of the history of this, sir.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commission. Again, this is an item, for both items, that is asking the mayor to execute these certifications of consistency. Essentially, DCA is allowing funding for different vendors and grant recipients, and they want to ensure that the services that are provided through their grants are consistent with the consolidated plan that HCD also has with HUD as well. So we've had a chance to vet these activities and dealing with safe homes and also Salvation Army. And essentially, these are emergency services grants, services that are consistent with our plan and that the department has no reservations.
Thank you, Deputy Jackson. All right, colleagues, I'm calling for a motion to approve. I'm sorry, Commissioner Don Clark from the 5th.
Mr. Mayor, I got a question for the administrator.
Okay.
Madam Administrator, maybe potentially Attorney Plunkett, have we vetted this through our consultant team to determine that this is being followed appropriately?
That would be a question I have to defer to Mr. Jackson.
I was not asked to consult with the consultant team. This is something that's been historically done in the past. Again, I have the actual 5-year consolidated plan in front of me, and both Safe Homes and Salvation Army have been approved by the commission to provide those services, and these are consistent with the same application they provided to DCA as well.
Are these going through grant funds?
No, sir. This is just simply that DCA requires that Augusta say that these emergency plans are consistent with our overall plan for homelessness, so then DCA will do the grants to Salvation Army and Safe Homes. So we're not receiving any funds or handling any funds in this transaction.
Right. Well, and I brought this up because I know we're going through program review, and I want to make sure that this is captured in that and this isn't outside of the lines of what was kind of shared with us earlier. So would this be one of those things that would need to be clarified? And I mean, they're here to really make sure that from a program standpoint that we're following appropriately.
This would be ancillary at best. This is not really handling HUD funds. This is just handling DCA approvals. So this is a different animal, so to speak.
Yeah, I get it. It's not HUD funds. I'm just saying from a program and procedural standpoint. I know
It would be procedurally, it would be something that the department would handle every year. So yes, it would be something that any consultants should address moving forward.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Clark. I don't see any colleagues in the queue. Madam Clerk, do we have to address these both
You
items
can take
individually?
them companion if you like.
Let's companion, if there's no objection, let's companion item 1 and 2. And I'm going to call for a motion to approve from someone, please. There's a motion to approve by Commissioner from the 9th, seconded by Commissioner from the 7th, Commissioner Tina Slindak. No colleagues are in the. Madam Clerk, we're voting.
That motion carries with Mr. Garrett out.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I think that concludes our scheduled business. I now turn this portion of the meeting over to committee. I think Public Services is generally up first.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr.
Chairman
Mayor.
Rice.
Okay, thank you. Welcome to Public Services Committee. Ms. Bonner,
Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to consent item number 5.
Okay, just a minute. Let me get.
Okay.
Okay, item number 5, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. And we do have, right, the addition that I mentioned
Are
just a little
you,
while ago.
well, we need to add it to your agenda.
can we
And
add
then if it's unanimous consent from the committee to add that. Without objection?
Okay? Without objection, is that good with this committee?
And let me
Okay.
just add it, announce it.
All right.
Item 1 to the addendum agenda, Public Services, April 28th, 2026, discuss the emergency closure of Augusta Aquatic Center and Henry Brigham Pool.
Okay.
Madam
All
Chair,
right.
number 1 needs to be removed.
Okay.
There's a procedural issue that has to be gone through first, and the petitioner is aware of that.
All right.
So we want to delete that one, sir?
Yes, please.
All right. Delete 1. So that leaves
Take it
us.
to your engineering. Okay.
It should be
Delete
removed,
it.
ma'am.
Okay.
Okay, so item number 1 has been removed. That leaves us with 2, 3, and 4, and then the added addendum agenda item about the pool.
Mr. Tan, he's asked that his item be deleted as well at this time.
That's okay, so item number
four.
4 deleted. All right, this might get done quicker than we think. All right, well, maybe we start, if my colleagues on the committee have no objection, start with item number 2.
You want to take that vote now?
Yeah,
or
okay, yes, let's vote then first.
To delete items
delete
1 and
item-
4 and
right.
approve item 5.
Yes, ma'am. I mean, well, 5, we had, consented, item 5.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and ready to
I need the motion. I
vote?
didn't hear.
Do I got a motion?
Approve the consent, okay.
Okay, we got a motion, and do I have a second? Got a motion and a second voting.
It's unanimous.
Okay. All right, Ms. Bonner,
Yes, ma'am.
we'll start with item 2.
Ms. Cecilia?
Thanks.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Today I bring to you alcohol number 2618. This is a new location for Vayab Hav Kumar R. Patel, applicant for Vayab Hav Kumar R. Patel. And they are requesting a retail package liquor, beer, and wine license. This is going to be located at 3101 Washington Road, Augusta, Georgia, 30907. This is in District 7, Super District 10. Augusta Planning and Development and the Sheriff's Office recommends approval. Do we have any objectors? Then noted. And the applicant, could you come up, please? Stop there and say your name and your home address.
Hi, name is Weber Kumar R. Patel. The home address is 2923 Stafford Drive, Augusta, Georgia 30909.
Got a motion? Got a motion, do I have a second? Got a motion and a second voting.
Was that Ms. Slindeck and Ms. Scott?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Ms. Scott, we need you to. It's unanimous.
Okay. You good? Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Welcome.
Item number 3 is an update in progress for new short-term rental agreement ordinance to assist with Airbnb issues and complaints.
Okay, Commissioner from the 7th.
Yes,
floor is
thank
yours.
you. Thank you. Yes, I'd like an update. Is there someone from Planning and Zoning that can just let me know where this document is?
Yes,
Thank you.
ma'am. Good afternoon, Mayor and Honorable Commissioners. We have received a document from the attorney's office, the legal office, a different proposal. I don't know if you have a copy of the options that have been presented. We need to get your copy. But they have been working tirelessly on a document. Sorry,
Tasha, can you put that up on the screen, people to see?
Well, these are drafts from the legal department. I wanted to make sure. Yes, ma'am. I didn't, I'm so sorry. This is my first time, so I'm learning to submit that information.
No.
Okay. Here, you can use my original as well. Okay. So there has been a draft that has been provided. And just going through the information, and I'm sorry, we're getting you copies, but going through the information, like I said, the legal department has gone through and has given options, option 1 and option 2. The options that has been provided, and I apologize, I just made the assumption that information was here. But there have been several options. I want to make sure that I get that to you. As I looked over the short-term rental ordinance or proposal, it is significant, consistent with other communities that has a really good program. Now, I will have to tell you that, based on knowledge and based on what is happening, this ordinance is going to provide the most efficient document that you will need. However, we won't be able to capture all of your short-term rentals, and that's because some will go under the radar. However, what has been proposed by the attorney department is very good. And so what this department has actually done has provided a couple of options. Okay, thank you very much. A couple of options for you to review, and we'll get those to you. I apologize. I didn't realize that you didn't have these options in front of you. The previous director had provided 2 options for the commissioners to look at, this board to look at. I believe that the options are very good. However, there are some small changes that I would like to make that I believe that would be consistent with the words that are in the ordinance that the legal counsel have provided.
Okay, thank you, and I didn't mean to put you on the spot.
That's okay, that's okay.
I didn't really expect to drill down into the big details today.
Yes, ma'am.
I think I really just want to know between you and legal where we're moving on this, because it's May now, basically. So,
Yes, ma'am.
and this is something I had hoped we could get done this summer. I think I'm just asking, and now, Mr. Plunkett, where do we go from here on discussing details on this?
And obviously with the director being kind of new hire, we haven't been inundated too much with this. What we came up with is we based a lot of our suggestions off the Savannah model. One of the issues that that was discussed or to the options that planning previously had suggested we thought were a little bit unworkable. Mm-hmm. And the planning and I have, and the law department and planning have been discussing. And what that is that, the idea was that you'd have 14 days that anyone could rent with, Masters, Peach Jam, things of that nature. But after that, you would register. But the difficulty we were coming up with is the casual rental of backyards and pools and things of that nature. And we were trying to work on the right number of opportunities, because if you said no more than twice a month, that's every other weekend, someone might be renting their pool out, and that could be a lot of issues there. And then one of the other issues that we're struggling with, not struggling, but trying to work through, is parking issues and making sure that restriction is not too restrictive, because you could have a party. And what we were concerned with is that your neighbor could have a one-time party, but the rental person couldn't. And so we were trying to reconcile those issues. And then the last of it was we were working on kind of this registration, and were we just kind of starting everybody can, that already has rental units, they continue, they register and they pay their fees. This does have a requirement that you have a local person, someone in Richmond County, that if there's complaints and things of that nature. So I think it's a decent document, but we'll get with planning maybe in the next week to 10 days, just so we can talk about it. And it's always good to have a perspective that's not from Augusta, so she may have some ideas.
Sure, I
that
just
we
wanted
would
to
do
make
that.
sure.
And what we'll do is we'll bring back hopefully by the next committee cycle, a draft for y'all to take a look at.
I was just wondering where this was and didn't want it to get
It's not forgotten.
lost in the summer weeds, so.
The other question that I have for the board is that I did notice that there's information in the new zoning ordinance rewrite about short-term rental. Do we want this to be a part of that new zoning ordinance? And it's just something to think about, because you are regulating residential, and in a lot of places, you do have it in your zoning ordinance. You can go right to one place to look for the information.
Okay, well, I would like for you and legal to confer on this.
Thank you.
And like you said, in the next few weeks, if you could bring us something back. Just to start
We'll
looking
bring
at.
that, and we'll also discuss this zoning issue, and we'll have that recommendation as well.
Okay.
Absolutely. Thank you. Any other questions?
We got to go through the chair
I've
on
got to
that.
go through the queue. We do have Commissioner Mayor Pro Tem Guilfoyle. You have the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, the young lady at the podium is our new planner and zoning director, Miss Cameron. Sitting beside her is Mr. Vassar. He's actually was the intern, and he actually he moved up to take care of it while that department was headless, and I appreciate both of y'all.
Thank you.
One of the other things, Attorney Plunkett, if you would, when you do this in a red line version so we could see what wording has been changed. Also, if we could put some teeth into it to our code enforcement for people that abuse the privilege, go beyond, let's say, the pool rentals. We have one over there off of Rollins Road where they actually have anywhere from 50 to 100 people there partying and just destroying the neighborhood with the noise and et cetera.
As far as the editing version, this is actually a new document.
Right.
So this will not be redlined unless, but we will, maybe what we could do is we can highlight maybe the enforcement penalties.
Right.
So that y'all can draw particular attention to that.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Okay. Just receive, yes, ma'am, as information.
Okay. And that takes you to your addendum item.
Yes, ma'am.
Item number 1, discuss the emergency closure of Augusta Aquatic Center and Henry Brigham Pool.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I bring this today. I've just had many people reaching out to me about mainly the Aquatic Center as to it's been closed for now, I think it's been 2 weeks, and just want to get an update if it's with my if Director Williams doesn't mind. I just have been receiving, somebody said their son has an Olympic swimming, and it's been canceled 2 weeks in a row, and wants to know what the building issues are. And swimmers that go there on a regular basis have asked too when they're going to get to go back in and swim. So I'm going to turn it over to Director Williams.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Mayor. I'll give an update on what I have so far for the Aquatic Center and also for Brigham. So starting with the Aquatic Center, we had closed up a little over a week ago to the public because we had been informed that the fire alarm system cannot provide an effective monitoring and safety notifications through the system. So we did realize that we had 2 zones that were affected, and the entire system pretty much is outdated. We had to then call our vendor to see if they can get up in the rafters where part of the fire system is. And so with that, there were some issues as far as with reaching all of the areas up there. And so it's determined that we need to now have beam detectors added to the location of the aquatic center, kind of up in the rafters. So we are working with our vendor to that. We've already moved forward with procurement assistance with moving forward with this as an emergency, so we can go ahead and get that turned around and get that system back working in proper order. We were advised and glad that the fire department was on site as well to kind of assist us in what we need to do with the fire alarm system. And also, we have to separate our fire alarm system versus our security alarm system. So we are working with the vendors. Yes, we have to had to close the site and or have a fire marshal present if we were open entirely to the public. So we are working as a department to try to get that open as fast as possible. As of this morning, we were informed that with parts that need to be ordered through the vendor, it will take about approximately 2 weeks.
That's crazy.
Oh, wow. Ooh, so I gotta inform all the emails and text messages that it's gonna be 2 weeks, possibly longer. You think it could be longer than 2 weeks?
Well, we was told that with them ordering the parts, and they had the majority of the parts there, and then coming in, they'll send, we was informed about 3 technicians to try to go ahead and get this moving swiftly.
Okay, all right. I'm gonna bring up we'll talk about the aquatic and then we'll go to Henry Brigham in a minute, but I've got colleagues in the queue. Is this who? Yeah, I'm gonna go to District 5, Commissioner Clark. Is this about the aquatic or are you gonna bring up? Okay, all right, Commissioner, Mayor Guilfoyle? You in the
Mayor
queue?
Pro Tem.
Mayor Pro Tem.
That's the mayor.
I'm sorry about that.
Ms. Williams.
Yes.
What is a beam detector? I've never heard that term used on a fire system.
Chief Burden?
So, Commissioner, I think it would allow the system to really come into compliance. I haven't myself inspected the system, but I think beam detection is something that, again, would allow the system to come into compliance.
That I don't understand what you just, it didn't define what a beam detector, a beam detector is, boom, there's a beam, you know.
Yeah, I wouldn't have that information without actually putting my eyes on it.
Okay, so Chief, or Ms. Williams, who's in charge of this? This central service, or is this rec department that's in charge of this? It's been out for a week and a half, shut down for a week and a half. The lady who had reached out through email was willing to pay for a fire marshal in order to keep, I guess she was, had students, et cetera, doing classes. That was in that email, and I don't know if you responded to her, if she could pay for the fire marshal for that building to stay open. What was the outcome on that?
The group that's out there now, ASL Aquatics Swim League, they have offered to pay for a fire marshal, so they are out there during the time frame that they're out there.
So they are utilizing the facility? They paying for the fire marshal? Hopefully that Chief Burden could help out with the exposure that a private citizen that could utilize this for free. Hopefully we could help reduce the cost to the end user, to the ALS group. Has any consideration been put in that?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Going to District 7, Commissioner Slindak.
Thank you very much. Yeah, that's what I was just going to ask. I know swim season is starting with Augusta Swim League and everything, and I just wanted to be sure, or if there were any meets of any type scheduled before this thing gets fixed, because I know that those people pay handsomely to use that aquatic center. I just wanted to make sure that there would be a marshal present for at least the Augusta Swim League, and you said they're paying, ASL is going to pay for the marshal so that they can use the practice facilities.
Yes, and that
That's what you're
has been
saying.
going,
Okay.
even last week.
Okay.
We informed them that, this is what we would have to do in
Right.
order to keep it open for
Right.
them to use.
Or if is there any swim meets scheduled in the next couple of weeks? I don't know if there's a swim tournament or a meet.
I don't know right off.
Okay, but
It could be because they're,
it's the season, yeah. I mean, it's time when they get kicked off. Okay, I just want to make sure that those ASL and any meets that are scheduled there, that they get to be held. Because they do pay a lot to use that aquatic center. So, okay, that's all I had to say. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you, Commissioner Slindak. So, Commissioner, okay, I'm going to get to Commissioner Clark in just a second. So I'm going to go ahead and let people know it's going to be probably 2 weeks before parts come in. All right? Yes. Mayor Johnson?
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is, does it require a fire marshal or a fire watch? I know we had an issue here in the municipal building where we had the marshal's office doing fire watch while we underwent some, I guess, some maintenance on our fire system. So does it require fire marshal or fire watch? And can we get by with a fire watch? Because if that's the case, can't we use some of the staff that's there doing operating hours we could train them to act as a fire watch?
So you would, in order to have a fire watch would be for continuous use throughout the day. We work with parts and work with the swim team to come up with a plan for just a few hours. So that's what's in place now, just a few hours. In order to have all day, you would need someone that's certified. You couldn't just pick a person. You would need to bring in a third party.
Yeah. So all of our marshals that work in this building, our marshals, are they certified fire watch people?
Yeah, those that were.
Huh?
That were in place.
That were in place during
that
that time.
yes.
Okay. All right. Perfect. All right. That was my question because I think it's important to get this facility open. I too have received a lot of complaints regarding the use of the facility for training, and as you mentioned, swim season is upon us, and I think we should do everything we can to make sure it's open and available to everybody.
Yeah. So we'll be happy if there's the Marshal's Department have bandwidth to be able to support an effort. We'd be happy to work with.
I think it's important that if there's an opportunity to open up for regular hours, we need to do that if possible.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. I agree with you, Mayor. I'm now going to transition over to, I didn't know about this one, about Henry Brigham until the other day when I was getting some vitamin D and walking the track and had two sweet, kind ladies, which I mentioned to Director Williams, ask me about Brigham. And I had not, I didn't know anything about it until they brought it to my attention that the pool hasn't been in use for a while. Can you give me some update on Henry Brigham Pool since summer is coming and children are going to be wanting to go swim?
So Henry Brigham, we have several things that's going on over at Brigham. We have issues with our boilers. We have issues with our dehumidifier, our sand filters. And so we had our vendor to come out and get with the staff to say what needs to be done. It seems like at that location, once we discover and try to fix something, it's almost done, and we'll probably open up for 2 weeks, and then we'll shut back down again. We have wires that need to be fixed because they're burnt out. Our heat exchanger has been clogged. And just, it's a lot going on at Brigham site. And we're trying to also to find the funding to be able to take care of this location specifically for the swim center.
Okay. Well, I know that Henry Brigham had had a huge renovation, but I guess the pool was not included on that renovation, was it? No, okay. All right, I'm going to go step out and go to District 5, Commissioner Clark. That is to his district, so I'm going to let him speak to on behalf.
Yeah, Director Williams, I know you all have been working this for a while. The constituents have definitely been hitting anyone they can talk to get some room on this. So I guess the biggest thing is it to the point, have we gotten an estimate on what the total cost is for all the repairs for Brigham? For the pool?
At various, so like we got the dehumidifier, we got the boiler quotes. So we just recently received, if I'm not, either the humidifier or the boiler one.
Right. Do we have a total for all the repairs?
I don't have that with me.
Okay. And I think the biggest thing is we need to really, is this working, does this go through your budget or does this go through Central Services budget for the repairs? It's yours? And you're saying right now we don't have the dollars allocated to support and repair?
Not all of it, no. Because you're talking about things that we discover once we almost got something else fixed. And then we're discovering that, okay, the sand filters and things have never been, the sand has never been changed in the sand filters.
Okay. Madam Administrator, are you tracking all of this? I mean, this is it's a lot, and it's impacting the constituents' expectation of the services.
Yes, sir, I am. And to what Ms. Williams is speaking of, this is why there's been a number of concerns brought forward to you in regards to the funding that's appropriated for maintenance. We have not had the adequate funding to maintain these facilities. And so what happens is at the end of the day, you end up spending a lot more money in trying to, fix it and repair it. And then you continue to unravel other things that have never been done in the past. So me and Ms. Williams have had conversations. We have to start being able to, one, get the appropriate funding necessary, and two, make sure that this maintenance and accountability is held so that people are doing what's necessary to maintain these facilities. Not only our swim, areas like the Henry Brigham and the Aquatic Center, but we just invest a lot of money in fixing things that if we would properly maintain them, we would not be spending that kind of money right now.
Well, I'm with it. I understand, and we keep talking about the same thing, but do we have a priority list of items? Have we kind of determined what we're missing from a funding standpoint to be able to support? Because the thing about it is this. We're talking about Brigham, we're talking about Aquatic Center. We're not even talking about all the other ones that have just as many issues. So we're going to have to get a comprehensive kind of list, but more importantly, what number are we talking about that we're not addressing this?
I think that is something that Ms. Williams has been working with ISM on to bring back some information. I also think that when they presented their original assessment of the facilities, they did provide respective maintenance costs on, and if I'm not mistaken, Ms. Williams, please correct me, I think they did provide the estimated maintenance costs for each of the facilities that we're actually, and the actual cost that has been spent. I know the Aquatic Center, there's been a substantial amount of money utilized and spent for the maintenance of the Aquatic Center. And it's, it goes back to the original purpose of the Aquatic Center was for the Olympics. And it was told at the time that it's not in the condition to continue to maintain it. It was just built for that purpose. And however, the city has taken it on all these years, but without the proper maintenance for even something that was not really intended to be permanent, you can imagine how much money, and that was one of the things when Ms. Williams first came on board, we discovered how much money actually is put into maintaining the Aquatic Center. You wouldn't believe. So some of the things, we just really have to do a holistic review of whether or not it makes sense to continue doing some of the things that we're doing with some of the facilities that we have.
All right. I know we have on here, Madam Chairwoman, these two facilities. How soon before we can get a number of what the estimated cost is going to be for both of the facilities?
I can have something in a couple of days and send it via email.
Okay. Yeah, we just need to do that, and then we're going to have to determine, Madam Administrator, funding sources, of course, to support what it is. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Clark. I'm going to go to Commissioner Slindak.
Thank you very much. Ms. Williams, Director Williams, excuse me. All of the pools in the county, the Aquatic Center, Brigham, do you have a CPO at each one? At each pool?
Yes, and our aquatics manager is the one who oversees all of them.
But you don't have a CPO at each facility?
Not stationed at every one, because
Okay.
we only have the two indoor aquatics facilities right now. And then soon we'll be opening up the outdoor.
Okay, and there's CPOs for all of those?
We would
On
only
site.
have lifeguards.
Okay, because, I mean, I really find it hard to believe that a sand filter at a pool as old as Brigham has never been. I can't even fathom that. I mean, down the line, even before you were here, I mean, obviously something is not being maintained right. So, so you have 2 CPOs for the whole city, basically?
I do know that our aquatics manager is.
Right.
But as far as with the staff that report directly under him, I don't know which
you have
ones
to have
are,
a
but I
CP
can identify.
Right. You have to have CPOs to even have a license to stay open. So you have one at the,
As long as you have one on staff,
okay.
yeah.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Slindak. Okay. That's, thank you, Director Williams, for addressing and giving us an update. I'm going to go ahead and thank you. That's it. That's it on public services, I believe, Ms. Bonner, Madam Clerk. So we'll receive his information without any objections.
Yes, ma'am.
Right, receive
Yes,
his
ma'am.
without objection.
Ms. Scott, okay,
Okay,
we're good.
all right. That concludes public services, and I'll turn it over to Commissioner Scott.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Ms. Bonner, do we have any addition or deletion?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. I'm not going to be as fast as I was previously, and it's always good to have our sheriff in our midst. So thank you, Sheriff, for being here. If it's okay with the committee, I would like to consent number 2.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Second.
Okay. Voting, Ms. Bonner?
That motion carries with Mr. Garrett out.
Thank you. Ms. Bonner, we'll go with item number 1.
Item number 1 is to discuss continued problems with racing burnouts at Diamond Lakes Trail Park.
Thank you. And this was requested by Commissioner Wimberly. I'm not sure if you would like the sheriff to come up or we want to have a discussion first. He's here.
Well, thank you, Madam Chairman. It's not necessary for the sheriff to come up because the question wasn't directly for the sheriff department alone. It was a fact finding to determine who's going to be responsible for it. And in certain, in my opinion, there would be certain instances where the sheriff would not be responsible. But then somebody would have to be responsible. For example, I don't think the sheriff is responsible for the travel of those off-road vehicles that are disturbing the homeowners that are traveling on the little dirt trails behind the houses and keeping up that noise. Now, if there's the so-called burnouts, and to get a start on this is from an email of a citizen that lives near Diamond Lake, sent a message to the mayor's office, and they involved me with it. And so I asked a series of questions to the administrator about who will be responsible for this. So I would turn it to, I would ask the administrator to interject her idea or which department and what service in those departments should have some responsibility in quelling the activity that is causing homeowners issues in the Diamond Lakes area. And I do know they exist because I live in that area as well. So would you have anything to add on any discussion with any of the department to say what role they will play?
Yes, sir. So Commissioner Wembley, based on the information in the email, I assumed that it would fall mainly under public safety. And so that's why I contacted the sheriff's office.
Now, I think code enforcement will probably, in my opinion, will have a role to play in some of the activity that is happening. As I said, because some of it is not happening on streets. Some of it is happening off-road.
Yes.
So that would have to be an ordinance or something that we would have as a county to say where those vehicles can operate. So simply because you have a dirt strip inside of your residence does not mean you have an off-road track. And that's where some of the problems are at.
Okay.
So are we able to address that? Because I don't want the sheriff trying to run down trails, but if you got unauthorized vehicles operating on the roadway, we have burnouts in parking lots, then for sure that might fall in his wheelhouse, but all the rest of the things that are happening in the area, in the complaint of the letter, which I forwarded to you, in the complaint of the letter, is not just the on-street activity, it's the off-street activity as well.
Yes, sir. If we could let the sheriff address the public safety portion of the letter, and then we can ask our planning and development if they have anything in regards to the back trails or anything as it relates to some form of code enforcement.
All right, thank you.
Sheriff.
Did he leave?
Good evening, Sheriff. Would you have some input to activity that's happening on the street side and parking lots pertaining to this particular activity?
Yes, sir. So good evening to the commissioners and the mayor. As it pertains to law enforcement, we typically can only enforce the laws that are on the highways. Outside of that, basically, the off-road vehicles, we encourage them to not be on the highways, and so typically they'll ride maybe down the side of the road with some of the vehicles going to, like there used to be a track back there behind that neighborhood, if I'm correct, off Windsor Spring Road. And so they may be going back there, but that's private property. It belongs to somebody. I don't know who it belongs to, but basically it's probably more so, their responsibility to maintain and keep people off and out of their property. We don't have the right or the authority to go on anybody's property and regulate their property unless they call and say, we have some activity going on our property, and at that time, we could come and try to act. But on private property, we don't get to dictate what people, kind of do on their own property.
Okay. So in the event such as one of the accusations is that they're doing spin-outs or burnouts, rather, in the parking lot of Diamond Lake. Now, I haven't seen any evidence of that, but they're saying, as far as vehicles now, I know that the little dirt bikes would do their little spin-out things, but this was, as I'm interpreting it, saying that vehicles are actually doing it. That's a license plate vehicle is actually doing such things on county property.
Yes, sir. So if it's on county property, then yes, we can enforce. There are 3 laws that we can enforce on private property. That's DUI, reckless driving, and perhaps parking in the a marked handicap spot. So in that case, yeah, we can go on to Walmart or any property that, leads off of a roadway and write those violations if we see them occurring.
Okay. All right.
But with that in mind, like I stated earlier, but if someone is just if you're in Hepzibah and they have an acre of land and they're out there riding a dirt bike, I mean, it's private property. There's nothing we can do about them riding a dirt bike on their property. Now, the neighbor may call and complain about it, but I think up until maybe 11 o'clock or so, whenever the noise ordinance goes into place, there's nothing really that we can do, I don't think.
Yeah. And thanks for your point, Sheriff. But the complaints are not because the property owners are doing it. It is, we call it trespassers that are actually going onto the property, young folks at that, and they're driving without permission, and they're just ripping and running up and down the strip, say between Dime Lake and some of the residential area. And they'll actually come on the residential area, and wherever there's an easement, say for example, gas line, power line roads, they'll use those as well, even though they're running through the communities. They're not necessarily, those properties are not belonging to the community. They're either easement by the power company or gas company, and they're riding on those as well. So in that regard, I guess the same thing would apply as far as enforcement.
Well, if we receive a call, we'll respond as best we can, but we don't have any off-road vehicles to, if they go down a power line, we don't have no way of chasing them down a power line. But we will respond, and if we can get a drone up, we've been able to follow and catch a few of them that were riding downtown on ATVs by putting a drone up and seeing exactly where they went to, and then we sent an officer there and we dealt with it. But so, I mean, that's something we'll do. We will not just disregard a call. We will respond and try our best to stop it and deal with it.
So it's happening downtown too, huh?
Oh, it's happening everywhere, I'm sure.
Okay, got it. Oh, well, then we're planning on the ordinance side. We don't have anything to address this kind of activity that's happening, that the county doesn't have any kind of ordinance that will address that. Am I
Commissioner Wembley, before our director from planning let Ms. Allen, you was in the queue, you had something to say?
Yes, yes.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Director.
Thank you, sir. The only thing that we can look at right now is to dig down into the noise ordinance to see if it impacts planning or code enforcement. We deal with inoperable vehicles, but not the moving vehicles. So code enforcement will deal with those vehicles that are inoperable.
Okay.
But we will look deeper into the noise ordinance to make sure that, number one, that it can be enforced from that perspective, and then to make sure that we have teeth in the new zoning ordinance that's being rewritten.
Yeah, I think we need some teeth.
Yes, sir.
Some real strong teeth, like male lion teeth.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You have anything you want to add to that, Administrator?
No, sir.
Well, my closing remarks on this then is that I think right now we have citizens out there that we have no solution or answer to the problem that they're faced with these off-road vehicles and late night ordinance and clowning around. But thank you, and we'll take this as information, please.
Need a second. Sheriff, you have something else you want to add?
Oh, no, I was just, on that day, we had just responded to a couple calls because from my recollection, there was like some kind of a meet and greet, and they had like a lot of cars pull up, and someone had rented one of the gazebos for like a 50-person minimum, and they had some food trucks or something out there, and maybe 100 people or so showed up. The moment we got wind of it, we sent units over there to keep a check on it and monitor it. And once we were able to dispel the units from Windsor Spring Road, from Diamond Lakes, they left and went to two other, I think to Parker's and another location on Tobacco Road. And we had 4 officers respond to one call at 6:22. We had 3 officers respond to another call in reference to the same group. We had 2 officers respond at one time, and 2 other times we had single officer units respond to multiple locations to deal with the crowd. So, like I said, we're responding as best we can. But when it's a large group like that, it's kind of hard to kind of keep them from ripping and running up and down the road. But we were able to respond and get them moving.
And I have to also add that you are credited with responding to that incident on that day in the email that was sent out. So you are credited with responding, and thanks for that.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. We got a motion to receive as information. Did I get a second? Do we have a second? Voting, Ms. Bonner. Thank you, Sheriff. Thank you, Director. Yes, finally went.
That motion carries with Mr. Garrett out.
Ms. Bonner, I believe that concludes public safety.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Ms. Bonner, I'd like to call, is finance next? Okay. Yes, finance to order. My book
Yes,
is a
ma'am.
little different today. I apologize. Fault that it is, though. All right. Looks like we just have one thing, so I'd like to consent item number 1. Okay. Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay. I have a motion and a second, and we're voting.
Mr. Wembley? It's unanimous.
Okay. Thank you. That concludes finance.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, Madam Clerk, I'd like to bring an engineering services to order. Are there any additions or deletions?
No, sir.
All right. Team, for consent, I'd like to go ahead and bring items 1, 2, and 4 for consent. 1, 2, and 4 for consent. Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Do I hear a second? All right, got a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, we're voting.
It's unanimous.
All right, Madam Clerk, let's go ahead and do item 3.
Item 3, discuss a path forward to come up with a solution to slow traffic in the Waverly subdivision on Scotts Way.
All right, I'm going to turn this over to Pro Tem Guilfoyle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, we had Mr. Craybill, Ms. Thornton, and we got actually Brandon Dowell in the room. And if they would, wanted them had to leave early, I appreciate y'all patience. Legal took longer than anticipated. If one of y'all would like to come up to speak, some of the challenges that this neighborhood's been facing, they in between Skinner Mill Road and Walton Way, they right there on Scotts Way, and they on near the top of a hill on a curb. And all the families that surround this curb, as well as past it and forward of it, is families that has children. I was going to say it's more of like a Catholic community. They have a lot of children. And but while we were there, we were talking to the neighbors, and cars were flying by us. And so while we were talking, I was steadily emailing Director Dr. Malik on trying to find ways to come up with solutions. But just to put something in perspective, there's 3,800 cars that comes through this road, neighborhood, every 2 days, every 48 hours. Children playing, riding bikes, jogging, playing, et cetera, in the roads because it's a neighborhood. In that curve, you know, the transients, the people that lives in the apartments over there on Skin Mill Road is using that as a thoroughfare to get to Walton Way, to get to the destination. And, you know, we're concerned about what's the cost of somebody getting hurt. What could we have done to prevent it? And that's the reason why we are here. The neighborhood is very concerned. A beautiful picture right there on that curb. I don't know who's brought that, but we got Dr. Malik here too. So if, Mr. Chairman, if we could have the spokesperson from the neighborhood speak about it and bring us up to speed, that'd be awesome. And then we'll have Dr. Malik come and see what he could do to resolve it. And I think we got the sheriff, or you say already left.
Yeah. Let's do this, Commissioner Guilfoyle, before we introduce our neighborhood representative. Dr. Malik, if you can go ahead and come up so we can have a full conversation when we get to your portion of it. Sir, if you can introduce yourself and state your address for the record, please.
Sure. My name is Trey Crable. I live at 408 Scotts Way. Brandon and I are next door neighbors, so in the picture that you guys just had on the screen, my house is next to the red location dot or whatever. But would you like me to give just a little bit of my backstory?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
So it's just me speaking. Brandon's here and Jason had to leave, but you know, I've been a dad for 7 years, so I'm kind of new to the game. I have 4 kids, 7, 6, 3, and 1. Brandon has 5, Jason has 3, but there's a group of about 27 that I was just trying to think of a good number for you guys that live on like our side. And it's an incredible neighborhood because, and I had somebody talk to me, we had a hurricane party to try to celebrate that in a better way on the 1-year anniversary. And one guy said, this is the closest you'll get to like the 90s. Just because, you know, you look outside and kids are pushing each other on swings and on bikes and, you know, they're not on screens, and it's incredible in this day and age where screens are so prevalent. And so we all like foster, get outside for all of our kids. And in doing so, you quickly realize how dangerous that road is. And obviously that is a great depiction of that blind spot, which doesn't get any respect from a lot of the drivers. But also what you don't see on that picture is there's a lot of cars that park on the road, which creates blind spots at any given point throughout that long pathway. I mean, the straightaway is really, I mean, it's a long straightaway. It's a couple hundred yards at least, I would guess. But I mean, it's hard even as a dad that lives on that road to not get going to a speed that's unsafe. And I know the ramifications. Because really, I mean, they're playing, after the hurricane, it wiped out all of our trees. And so we have a massive front yard. They all come to my front yard to play football or baseball or soccer or whatever. I mean, they're there every day from 4 until I kick them out because I got to do dinner, or Brandon's. They're just back and forth. And if a ball goes in that street, there was 3 incidences with my son where, I mean, the car stopped and apologized. They came to the front door and they were just like, please tell him to be careful. We almost killed him. I was in the road with my 7-year-old. I was teaching her how to ride a bike and aggressively stopped a car because he got up on her tail. And so then the mayor was kind enough to remind me that that's not wise. But when it's your daughter, you know, you throw rationale out the window and you protect them. You know, so of that study that you just saw, less than 4,000, 3,700, it says cars that passed in that 2-day period from March 10th to March 12th. You know, I know that from, you know, if you just look at it on its face, I mean, all the data is there. I think the most alarming thing was in that 2-day window, which I think was a Tuesday and Wednesday, if I'm not mistaken. I think that's what I remember. But, I mean, a car going down that road with cars on the street going into a blind turn at 73. I mean, you know, and keep in mind, like 3 weeks before we did this study, there was a high-speed chase in the neighborhood where, I mean, you had several people injured, an elderly woman that was just walking down her street. You know, I mean, it's just, like that 73 number was terrifying. You know, I see a lot of about 55, which when you're standing there on a tight little 2-lane road, it's scary enough. But you couple the volume and the speed, you know, I think the other thing that may be a little bit misleading, we've requested the data from this, but, you know, there's also, I mean, it's a residential road. There's a lot of golf carts and even more kids on scooters, these little electric scooters they use these days. I just bought one, but, you know, whatever. So, you know, I don't know how much it picked up of those. You know, when it says the slowest speed was 7, that's not a car. I know that's not a car. So I would venture to guess, to be fair, I would say probably if it's under 18, it's not a car, but just to be real fair, say let's call it 15. You know, so I don't know how much that number skewed. I know the response we got was, you know, the threshold would have to be 35 miles an hour for speed humps, but it was 32. I think if you did a deeper dive into the data and really saw the number, that number of volume would probably be reduced, but also the 85 percentile number would probably be increased to meet the 35 miles an hour that's required, even though I think the 73 warrants a heck of a lot more investigation. So needless to say, if you look at the studies and how the trends are going, it looks like it's going to increase 25% more over the next 5 years. We've got a neighborhood full of kids under 11. Those 27 kids that I just discussed are all under 11. That's just on our little side. Those kids are going to stay there. We all plan on, you know, being in this neighborhood until they graduate high school. So I think the easiest thing is, and the most sensible thing is speed humps. We've had the traffic indicator signs prior to the hurricane, seemed to have no avail. But the speed humps, I think, would reduce the volume. I think and the mayor made a good point, is that there's some people that depend on this road to go get their medications and other things. The speed humps wouldn't deter anybody that has to use the road. But for people that are just looking for an easy way to, you know, miss a stoplight or whatever, it might deter them, which would be great. For the people that are ripping down that road, it would stop that, I would hope. And would certainly give our children a chance to grow up in a way that doesn't jeopardize their lives every day. I mean, it says the peak infraction times 511. That's right when they're playing. And so whatever we can do to immediately remedy this, not on behalf of the adults, we're fine, but on behalf of the children that play on that street. That's why we're here. And again, it's just me speaking, but I represent a lot of parents and grandparents, but most importantly, a lot of children. And very much appreciate the time. And for those that came and spent time with us, it genuinely meant so much to us that the people that are representing our county cared enough to make the visit and to see and to further this along. It, you know, as the one that's protecting them and, you know, doing what I feel like I have to do, it meant the world to me. So thank you.
Thank you. All right. Commissioner Guilford, will you yield so that we can get some response from Dr. Malik? And I know we have a number of colleagues in the queue.
Absolutely, sir, I will.
All right. Dr. Malik, I believe you all executed the traffic study, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Can you provide some clarity? And then I'll go to the colleagues in the queue.
Yes, sir. So it was done twice in a year, which is kind of, normally we don't do it, but it was done at the request of residents and some of the commissioners. So we went and did it, and study did not yield anything different. Second one, the first one. So we had to abide by the policy this body adopted, because this is not the only request. We have multiple requests, a majority of them from this body. All that if we deviate from the policy, then basically department has really no way to what to do and not to do, since we're all over the place. So whenever the warrant's not met, we did other things, and that's what I proposed previously too, and the request was putting additional signage, the warning sign, digital sign, we already working on it, to place an order and get it, and the signs, the sign shop is working on putting no through traffic, slow down. I suggested if they like, we can put the rumble strips. I do mention there are 2 stop signs right at the curve. So if stop sign is not stopping while slowing it down, I don't know what else is going to slow them down on that, but if this body want to go beyond and create a walkable thing, then we have to widen the road. And it's plus 9 pass, engineering can look at creating a project to see putting a one side sidewalk or creating some dedicated paths, so that way, motorists can use the road and neighborhood can walk and ride and all that thing.
All right. All right, colleagues, I'm going to go through the queue. I know it's a number of you all in here. Wanted to make sure you all heard Dr. Malik's stance before we started going with the questions. District 4, Commissioner Wimberly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The gentleman from Waverly Drive, you say? What's your name again?
Trey Crable.
Trey, okay.
Yes,
everything you said, I totally believe it. I just got through doing a walking tour of most of my district, and most of my walking I had to do in the road. And I'm gonna tell you, the traffic is just tremendous. Not just in your area, but that's in Augusta. That's a bad attitude that we have. A Humvee passed me in a neighborhood. I'm pretty sure he was doing more than 70 miles an hour, just zooming through. Having said all that, now I want to turn, Madam Chairman, I think I'd like to have the planning and zoning director to come forward. And stay where you at, Dr. Malik.
You got to go to the chair. Don't
go nowhere, Trey. This is going to help you. It's going to be good information.
Come on up, Director.
Come on to the mic.
Yes, sir.
Okay, most of, not most, but a lot of our streets are straightways. And when you got a straightway, most time people see how fast they can get from point A to point B. And anything in between doesn't matter to them. When you look at a lot of other countries, and including states within the United States, when they build streets, they build common devices in those streets that slows traffic up to maneuver so that there's not an opportunity to get a great amount of speed as they're going down those streets. In some cases, you have to actually stop when you get to that impediment that is there in the street. Do we intend to have any building requirements in our for development that would do that to traffic, to include the sidewalk? Because every street that I walked on, with the exception of Barton Chopper Road, was pretty much void of sidewalks. I know now that we're requiring the sidewalks if you have a certain number of houses in the development. But what about the opportunity to slow traffic down? Is there any ordinance to your understanding that might be able to assist with that?
That's a great question, sir. But I would have to yield to Dr. Malik because they are over the streets and roads.
But you're the one that issues the variance in the building permits, right?
Yes, sir.
So dealing with engineering, when I go to him now, but dealing with engineer, you could have them require them to provide you the necessary specification for those devices, right?
I'm not really sure. Dr. Malik can probably answer that more, but in general, there are requirements for streets.
Right.
I wouldn't want to step over his area, so I would have to yield to Dr. Malik.
We'll go to Dr. Malik now.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Dr. Malik, as I was stating earlier about traffic calming devices, and I was speaking to the planning as far as how to word the ordinance. What would be your advice on trying to calm traffic down on future streets as we continue to develop?
So we have to look at our road standards, The reason right now is 28 feet wide road at 34 paved is the street parking. Because when people park, we can update our standards, which we are working on it. So it can be reduced to, like, say, 22, 24 feet, like give 11 feet, all that. But then the challenge gonna come with street parking. Who's gonna enforce it? Because that will create the traffic issue, and the car park is going to create other issues. So it's going to become more burden on law enforcement, and that's why we have multiple requests, no street parking, and the issue is who's going to enforce it. Street can be subdivided, like putting a mini roundabout in the middle, or dividing, or island, all that to slow it down. It could be curly street, go that way. So for the new subdivision, yeah, it can be slowed down, but also, requirements of bike line, sidewalk, that will help, what they call the complete street, design, where everybody, all the modes are accommodated, in that way. So to just narrow down the street, it may slow down, but going to create some other issues if we don't address, although like parking, for example, which is a major issue in any subdivision where, there are a lot more cars there than they can park on that. And then the HOA is another enforcement, because in the subdivision, HOA can control a lot of things which we may not, do that. So that. But in the neighborhood, basically, yeah, the street in principle can be narrow, but then we have to look at how we're going to balance the street parking.
Well, and I understand that, and again, I'm gonna go back to some of the areas that I just recently visited, and one of them, Pensacola, Florida. You go down, most of those streets have, in the center of the street, there's a green space, trees and hedges and stuff planted. So when you get to that, you got to slow down to go around it. But yet and still, there's on-street parking. So it's not stopping that. If you want to say it was doing anything, but I don't think any of the property owners or have any heartburn with it, because in some of the cases, it appears that it might be encroaching on the homeowner's property, but actually it's still in the right of way. So they do things like that. In some areas, I was actually seeing where there's devices that are built into the street where it causes that the oncoming, and then it's signage too, that they have to stop and allow any oncoming traffic to come through, and then they can go. Each one of them have to stop, and allow the first one there to go, that calms it down. So I've seen many, and especially my overseas tours, where everybody know that you got the Autobahn in Germany, where some of the fastest speed you can find is right there. But when you get into those streets, in those residential areas, they have traffic calming devices. And so I'm saying that should be something that we could write up that causes the developers to do this, to slow this traffic down. Because when I was walking those streets, I had no other place to walk except in the street. And the people that I was talking to that lived in those subdivisions was complaining about the same thing, having to walk in the street in order to exercise or do anything. Kids going to the bus stop got to walk in the street. Now, humps, I watched some of them been transferred. Some of those cars almost left the ground as fast as they was going when they hit those humps. So it didn't necessarily slow them down. It just gave them some air time. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not saying we can't do we can't have humps, but I'm just telling you they're not necessary. Like you just said, the stop sign don't necessarily stop them. But we can continue with the humps. Now here's my educated part. How'd I get humps for all my residents? Send you an email.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Wimberly. So we're going to get back to the Scott's Way piece of it. I'm going to go back to the queue again. We got a lot of folks in. Mr. Trey, before I move over to Commissioner Rice, is your neighborhood an HOA managed neighborhood or?
Sure.
Okay, it's not.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Rice from the 3rd.
Thank you, Commissioner Clark. Yes, I actually go through, I cut through a lot of times, and I know a lot of other people probably do as well. And even after the hurricane where y'all got hit tremendously. But I even remember riding through there and seeing children, which I thought was heartwarming to see children after the hurricane out playing. Might have been your yard, but I was on Scott's Way. And yeah, there are a lot of neighborhood children that are out there. And I want to know, was a speed study done on Scott's Way?
Yeah, that's what.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm catching up with some other things, but all right, why is it, and the reason why I ask is I remember on Gardner Street between Johns Road and Millage Road, which is shorter than Scott's Way, but they got speed humps. And so, and I don't see as many children out playing in that area as I do on the Scott's Way area. So my input on it is that I agree with what you're saying, and also Brandon Dow, that the residents, we've got to do something about that road there with the and there's other roads. I've written a lot of them down, but I'm not going to go there. I'm going to concentrate on today, Scott's Way. But whatever we can do to get something up are done to protect these children, because it's only a matter of time before somebody's going to get hit. And we do. I want to see something done for you guys. So thank you.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Rice. Commissioner Pulliam from the 2nd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm sincerely grateful that you, sir, came before this body and that Commissioner Guilfoyle put this on the agenda. Dr. Malik is always, I'm sure, getting these emails about speed bumps. He probably can't even keep up with them. But just what you raised about the children, it's so important. And I'm of the same sentiments as Commissioner Wimberly. A car literally almost hit me when I was walking through one of my neighborhoods. So, and I know we've already had this part of the conversation, but when we're talking about calming devices, are we also talking about just how not speed bumps per se, but how, when I go to Charlotte, for instance, I see a lot of the lights and then it's like a traction and then more lights. It's like a strip. Would that still be considered a speed bump, Dr. Malik?
So that's
Do you know what,
probably
did I explain that well?
rumble strip type. That's what I'm saying. You know, we can put a rumble strip which gonna pick them up and wake them up to slow it down. So that's one of the item I propose to Commissioner Gilfoyle.
Okay, so what it would be is a matter of just making sure that that money is allocated in the budget to do these things, the speed bump requests, as well as doing those requests and making sure that we have enough for all the neighborhoods, because I honestly think we need to take a deep dive even as we're doing the metrics on our roads and our streets, we need to take a deep dive into the neighborhoods. I'm like Commissioner Rice said, I was sitting here writing, oh my gosh, I have Grand Boulevard, I have Highland Park, I have like all of these neighborhoods where the kids are out riding bikes and literally the cars are flying through the neighborhoods. It's ridiculous because I'm like, I know you see the children playing, I know you see me walking, but they don't care because they have no regard for their own life. So if you don't care about your own life, you definitely don't care about mine and my children. So I think that we need to definitely take a deeper dive into that to see if, how we're going to address this issue throughout Augusta, because it really is a serious issue. And if Dr. Malik told us how many emails he got, we'd see how serious that is. But thank you again, Commissioner Guilfoyle, for bringing this, and thank you, sir, for coming before us and speaking up on this matter.
Yes, ma'am. And may I say one thing?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Just to be fair, one of the people that I stopped the other day was my children. They go to Westminster. It was my children's PE teacher. And I know she cares about the kids, but like you just get busy, and when you've got what Commissioner Wimberly said, but when you've got several hundred yards and you're late for a tennis lesson and you've got nothing but straightaway, it's just. Even someone like you've got people who do care and don't care, but even people that do care, we're busy in our minds. And she was like, "I'm so sorry, I was late for a tennis lesson." I'm like, "Yeah, but you about killed my kid." I'm not, I didn't get on to her, but I'm just like, slow down. So it's just across the board. And Dr. Malik said if a stop sign can't slow them down, I don't know what will. But like, I think it's just well known because I talked to the sheriff's department about this too. But there are things that they can write up and there are things that they can't enforce in an area like that. And so you just don't see them very much. I mean, I think they can catch somebody on a stop sign, but they can't enforce speeding. I believe, I don't mean to speak for them. I hope I'm saying this correctly, but they can enforce reckless driving.
Yeah.
So it's like, the stop signs aren't stopping them, like they fly through them. So like, and we can't go backwards. So I don't think we can divide the road. So I was just trying to, in my best brain, figure out a way to proactively fix this solution.
Yeah, and what we're gonna do, because we do have the sheriff here. I know he has some input he'd like to provide to this conversation, so that we can really get to a solution. So, yeah, you spoke him up, and he snuck in on you. So,
perfect.
But Sheriff, if you can come up, I know you probably want to insert some knowledge on this. As well, please.
Yes, sir. So just on what I've heard, he is correct. In neighborhoods, we cannot enforce speeding, but we can if it's reckless driving, if they're DUI, or if they're running a stop sign, or we can, there's a too fast for conditions that we can charge people with if they're driving absurdly fast in these neighborhoods. The problem, sir.
Yes, sir.
Well, they took a lot of positions from us, so we don't have enough staff to really enforce traffic the way we need to. But with the manpower that we have, and I took my statistics back to the car, but if I had them, I could show you the statistics from the great strides we made last year. We're doing even better this year than we were last year when it comes to fatalities and traffic accidents. And year to date, we've written like 11,000, a little over 11,000 speeding tickets. This time last year, we had written about 8,000. So we're still, out patrolling and I mean, they speed up and down my neighborhood also. I mean, I'd like to get some speed bumps put in my, on my street if possible. But, you know, I know we can't have them everywhere. And, but if you call and there's a complaint and we get a complaint, we try to address them. I take every call seriously. And there's not a call or a post on Facebook that I won't come on in and try to address. And if I see something where they're saying, you know, people are speeding here, or they're doing this, then I will send that, I'll screenshot it and send it to the appropriate people to make sure we, you know, get out there and address it. So, but we are working to stop a lot of it. And before summer, you'll see us kind of ramp up a little bit more as, you know, we proactively try to slow people down, not just on the highways, but also in these neighborhoods.
Yeah, Sheriff, and I want to dispel something, and then I want to ask if this will be feasible from your vantage point to support. So I know a lot of folks, I get calls all the time, I think others do as well, about flock cameras. And folks think that flock cameras are the ones that can kind of capture someone speeding. Can you clarify what a flock camera does so that we can kind of dispel some of that? And then I'm going to go back to a point that I want to make in reference to this.
Well, flock cameras are tag readers, basically. They take pictures of tags, and they'll take a picture of the car. So they read a tag, then they take a picture of the car. So a lot of times if we have someone that's did a drive-by or committed a crime and they jumped in said vehicle, we can enter that into the flock system. And if it passes by one of the 200 or more cameras that we have, then we can get a direction of travel. And then a lot of times they'll hit another one and we say, okay, they're still going this way. And that kind of helps us, but it
wouldn't do in this
record
situation.
speed. They don't, they don't record, they just take pictures, just stills of the cars and the tags. And if you have an opportunity to come down, if you haven't had an opportunity to come down and see our flock system in our intel room, then you're welcome to come down and take a look at it and see how it works.
All right. So, Sheriff, while we have you up here, and I know I still have two more in the queue, but while I have you up here, are we able to increase patrols in this particular neighborhood? I think just the sheer kind of presence of seeing patrol cars going through the neighborhood would assist in curbing. I know you all have done that in neighborhoods in my district and others. Is that something that we can add a more increased show of presence in this particular neighborhood?
Well, if y'all could add a little more to our budget, I'm sure we could add a little more increase of patrol. But seriously, if you would give us your neighborhood, and we'll do the best we can to step up. And like I said, anytime there's a complaint, we try to follow up and address them as best we can.
All right.
We can't be everywhere at the same time and still handle the call volumes that we get, but we'll do something. You know, it may not be up to the expectation that you all may want, but we will respond and try to do our best to make our presence known.
All right. I think that'll be an immediate kind of show of support that we can do to help kind of add some more confidence to the, to the neighbors, but also help try to curb that as well. On the other side of that, and Commissioner Slindak and Guilfoyle, I'm coming back to you all next, okay? Commissioner, well, let me just go ahead and do that. Let me go through Commissioner Slindak.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Can I see that map put up again? Please. Thank you.
I know.
Where Waverly Drive intersects with Scotts Way, is that a four-way stop? It is. Okay. All right. Yeah, I think I'm very familiar with this neighborhood and have been for a long time. I think the biggest thing is, yes, there is a four-way stop there, but I think most people's speed is coming from the opposite direction down near Regent, because that is a very long, straight strip from Regent.
That's completely accurate.
Right, that's where people build up the speed, and then they get to that corner and, so they're, I mean, speed bumps, I'm not sure we need them all along Scott's Way, but you certainly need them near this curve, going around the curve. And Dr. Malik, how much does a speed bump cost to be put in?
On average, I believe 6,000 to 8,000, something like that.
Per bump, $6,000 to $8,000 to put one bump, one concrete? Okay. Because
I'll buy one if y'all buy one.
Really? Yeah, I do remember several years ago, there was a commissioner that got 6 of them put in a neighborhood, and I don't know what his speed studies look like, but I know this is a problem with this area, and especially near this corner. Anything that we can do to at least, because most of the people probably offending with the high speed are probably not, they're not the people that live in this neighborhood. They're people cutting through from Skinner Mill, cutting through to come out on Wheeler.
The rumble strip, we can try that.
Yeah, I mean, would rumble strips, if we tried to see if that was effective? I mean, is there a cost with that, or?
There will be what, we got to do.
Well, I would rather have
fit in the
speed
budget,
bumps
but not
than
as much
rumble
as a
strips.
speed bump, yeah.
Um,
Because we have to paint it and get all that stuff,
Okay. I really don't know where to go with this. I just know this is a really urgent need around this corner. There are a lot of kids around this neighborhood, and it's not just this neighborhood. I mean, National Hills has tried for 20 years to get speed bumps, and they say we don't qualify either. So maybe that's something we need to look at as far as who qualifies for some of this stuff. So change the rules or your ordinances or something. But I know this is needed, badly needed, so I'll go let Mr. Guilfoyle or Mr. Wimberly.
All right. You yield, Commissioner Sunday. All right, Mr. Guilfoyle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Malik, so on what you had responded, can we install a speed warning indicator? Yes. The department will, this is your, what you had responded to me, the department will work towards to get it installed. Coming in from Skinner Mill Road, please note there is a stop sign at Waverly and Scotts Way. It's around 300 feet before 408 and 407 Scotts Way location. Vehicles will stop at stop sign. What does one of them cost? The indicator lights?
I have to check.
Yeah, I can imagine that's considerably high.
Already, instructed the staff or tasked the staff to purchase, so they're working on.
Right. Natasha, I hate to get you to get up for one. Can you swap that back to that previous thing? So you also was willing to put in no through traffic signs. I imagine it would also be willing to put in rumble strips. The only challenge that I see with rumble strips is that all night long. When I had a pothole in front of my house, 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, it's 5:30, 6 o'clock in the morning, people going to work, kept me up. So I can imagine what it'd do to a neighborhood. But each one of these brings a value. Every one of the recommendations brought a value. But if we look at the speed limits that's up here, the speed limit's 25, but if we compile all these numbers together, it doesn't meet the criteria. But at 7 mile hour, it's most likely a golf cart. If we took that off, that should get us within the boundaries of a having speed humps installed. And it'll probably be a wash between the speed indicator that you be installing. Because it's what you do is you actually use a sub. I don't know how else to do it. I would rather have something simple and fast to resolve the issue than go, if we put in the rumble strips, that's going to keep people up. The speed indicator, I don't know if you're aware of this, they had it installed before and it did not serve its purpose. So we'd be throwing money away there. So can we, by doing away with one of these speeds, does it fall within the requirements, Dr. Malik?
So, I mean, we cannot, tweak the study to get to where we want to get to.
Sometimes studies have to.
But speed bump, really, I have several in my own neighborhoods, and still people, do, and we are private neighborhoods, so we actually pay to the sheriff through HOA, and they sit on the stop sign periodically to deter that. So, I mean, study whatever the process is, if we wanted to play with the data, then it will open up, for us to look at each and every one. So, it's really, it's not feasible at my end. We will do whatever this body wants us to do,
That's right. This body, I believe it was last year when we actually had the neighborhood association with Diamond Lakes come before us, and there was $500,000 set in accounts, and people wanted to, I think the departments wanted to wait till they got the additional money, but I would rather see that money utilized, and we installed speed humps without doing a study there. Was that because it was on private or government property is the reason why we installed it?
I'd say it's probably off the road, is a park and all that, so it's gonna live it really. Diamond Park is on its own, different scenario.
Right.
Versus the neighborhood or subdivision.
Okay, so what do we need to do if we're looking at a dollar versus dollar amount? If we could do the speed humps by eliminating the slowest speed, naturally as a golf cart, you and I both would know that, it would fall within the requirements of a speed hump. I mean, you got the attention of the entire body here. I mean.
Yeah, Commissioner Guilfoyle, I think he's saying, we don't want to get started altering the speed studies to kind of meet the thresholds of what we're looking for. So right now, he's following what's currently in play. Now, if we're going to look at making some changes to the policy, and I think that's where we need to really kind of address it, is from the policy standpoint, because the policy comes before the commission, correct?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
So if we're going to look at changing the threshold for that, I think we need to do it from that standpoint versus coming in kind of altering the speed studies to fit the threshold of what we want.
That's right.
Yeah.
Department does things on their own as well. I mean, we used to do aprons in South Richmond County where places we don't have stormwater, sewage, et cetera. And now, 5 years ago, they quit doing the aprons. That was one benefit that the citizens, taxpayers received out there. Dr. Malik, would you be kind enough to forward us the policy of the requirement for a speed hump so we could look at it to address it and to modify it if necessary? I know it might open up a can of worms, but I still look at it. What is the cost of spending a little bit of money to save a life, That's what it boils down to.
Yes, sir. I'll send it to Ms. Allen and Ms. Morner, yeah.
So in between, can we go ahead and put up the signs, the indicator, and the rumble strips?
Yes, sir. We already working on
Okay, how long would that
everything, not the rumble strip. If that's
but you said
go ahead, then I will.
But we can do the rumble strips in your email, right?
Right. I just propose if that's what they're okay. Yes, we will proceed with it.
Okay. Until we could get some modifications done to this policy, let's move forward with that. My motion to move forward with what Dr. Malik had recommended. Now, Dr. Malik, take into account that these rumble strips, if it keeps people up at night, it's coming back right before us.
We have to level it off.
I'm sorry?
I mean, if that's creating a problem, then we have to kind of restore the surface, kind of level it, yeah. But these are the strips, the grooves and the pavement.
That's right.
We have to remove it, then we will work towards removing it. Yeah.
I could only imagine that would cost more than to put it down the speed hump, though.
I think it's
I'm
fine,
alone.
really, with addressing the safety concern and all. We really, at least from my point, not comparing the cost. I'm trying to address what the concern is, the safety,
So speed hump, the divots actually slows people down versus the speed hump? The rumble strips?
Well, I don't know. I didn't compare. I was just proposing different options which can slow them down, really, not comparing really one option with the other.
Yeah, Commissioner Guilfoyle, I'm going to ask you a question real quick. So, Dr. Malik, as it stands right now, the recommendations that you all generally make for after you complete a speed study are the speed bumps, the rumble strips, and what else?
So with the different signage, like no turns and all that, that the warning sign on that, and also the rumble strips.
Okay, so the rumble strips, the speed signs, or the
warning sign.
The warning signs or the speed bumps.
The speed bump doesn't meet the criteria.
No, I know it doesn't. I'm just saying those are your total options based on what the speed study yields.
Right, other than the law enforcement, yeah.
Right. So we've talked about law enforcement, the sheriff trying to increase patrols there. We're talking about the rumble strips, and we're talking about the signs for this particular situation, correct?
Yes, sir. So no through traffic sign and then that warning sign.
Okay. And we've put rumble strips down in other neighborhoods before, right?
Not to my knowledge, but I just was proposing here to do it.
Okay. All right, Commissioner Guilfoyle, go ahead, sir.
Dr. Malik, can we do another analysis where it's longer than 48 hours? Because you got it started on 3/10 and it finished on 3/12. Can we do a longer one to get a better evaluation that goes from like a Monday to Monday? That way we got a full week's worth of travel time, and that way we get a better feel of the people the transients that's coming through this neighborhood. Is that a problem?
No, sir, that's not a problem. We just follow what the professional process is. But if that's what Monday to Monday, or we have to do 30 days, whatever.
Okay. Yeah, if we could do a week, that would be great. That would give us a better scope of what we're looking at, and at least move forward on the other issues until we could get a better, because if the analysis come back totally different, this conversation that we've been having for the past hours is gone,
And we can do the origination study, whether it really is a pass through or is the neighborhood traffic. Neighborhood, I mean, people live on the Walton Ways.
I mean, even the neighborhood wanted to cut the entrance off to Skinner Mill Road just to try to protect their children, But you can't do that.
That's what, we need to come up with, providing facility like sidewalk or something, because these roads are not built for that purpose, But right now, since community grow, so there's additional demand for walkability, all that's
So
what, this complete street design coming into play. So let's say, sidewalk or something one way.
Sidewalks would be so costly.
All right, Dr. Malik, if we extended this for a week, would that change the threshold criteria that's set out by the policy?
I had to review really what the policy or the professional standards are for this kind of study.
Right.
And I can come back with that, because right now I don't have in front of me, so I have to go and look at that. But if the desire is to collect the data from Monday to Monday, yeah, we can collect it. But how is data going to fit into the overall professional criteria. I don't know.
Exactly. And that's set by the policy,
Yes,
the
sir.
current policy right now. So
Yeah.
that's the whole point that I'm bringing this up. If we do it for a week, which will be the third traffic study that we've done just in this one neighborhood, we're going to put ourselves in a situation where we're outside of the scope of what the policy states. And I know we're trying to fit it into what we're looking for to support the constituents, but where we need to really put the attention towards is the policy. If we're going to really put the effort towards that, let's look at doing that. But let's also try to look at trying to put in some support right now with the signs, with, you know, the patrols and otherwise, so that we can kind of bring some attention towards it. Because the one thing that I'm bringing it up like this, and it's not to cut you off, Commissioner Guilfoyle, this is a prevalent issue across the entire city.
That's right.
And if we put all of our resources towards addressing just this one street, we're going to be in trouble when we try to maximize this on a broader scale. And I want to make sure if we're going to really address this, that we kind of make sure that we're coming up with a solution that's sustainable. If we kind of blow the whole thing on just one situation, trying to meet whatever threshold or criteria, we're going to be in trouble when we open this up. Because I have streets, everybody up here has streets that we want to do. We got to make sure that we support this effort by putting the effort towards the policy. But for right now, we need to come up with some viable solutions for this neighborhood. They've come before us with some valid concerns. Let's give them some valid solutions so that as we open this up, we can support the rest of our neighborhoods throughout the community and the county.
Commissioner Clark.
Yes, sir.
May I ask a question?
Go ahead.
Is there anything in the speed detection device that that enables it to detect whether it is a large motor vehicle or if it's a smaller golf cart, scooter, or ancillary style vehicle, to where when the data is dissected, you could actually say, like, this is a licensed vehicle that's supposed to be on the road versus this is a family on a golf cart?
Yeah. Go ahead and add the clarity for that.
Yeah, I'm sure they only cover the vehicle, but I will double check. I don't think they get the golf course and all that in that study, but I will double check.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Guilfoyle, do you?
Yes, I would like for engineering to proceed what they already had email, and then send us a policy, copy of the policy, so we can look at it.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Wimberly from the 4th.
Again, all the problems they have now in Scott and Waverly is true to life problems. But I'm going back to my experience here over the last month. As I said, I was walking these streets. So, and I'm totally in agreement with what the chairman just said about we got to be very careful, because there were some streets, age streets, much older than Scott Way, that are having the same problem. So we got to be really careful how we go about trying to address this. And yeah, I'm from South Augusta, so I gotta have that and keep that in mind as well, because all of those streets I walked on was in South Augusta. All those cars that I dodged was in South Augusta. So it's needed everywhere. So we really need to be careful how we peel this onion.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Wimberly. All right. So, Dr. Malik, if you can do this for us, and because I want to make sure that the constituents' time, and I appreciate you all coming down. As you can see, this is an important topic for everyone up here because it's a pretty prevalent one. But I want to make sure that you all understand that we're going to provide some solutions. The solutions, the recommendations right now from engineering are the signage, the rumble strips, and what else?
Warning sign, digital warning sign.
The digital warning signs. How soon would we be able to get those in play?
So the signage, probably a couple of weeks, I would say 4 to 6 weeks, because we have to kind of fabricate all that. And the digital signage, I would say probably 3 to 4 months, because we have to order it and get it all that.
Okay, and we're talking about adding a additional patrols from the sheriff's office as well. Commissioner Guilfoyle, again, you brought this one up. I'm sure everyone is happy that you did, but we want to make sure that we provide some relief for the neighborhood and some confidence that we're getting this taken care of. Did you have anything that you want to add to this, or if you want to put something in a motion?
Yeah, if Dr. Malik will do this speed analysis per what state or whatever guidelines follows, professional, how many ever hours, days, et cetera, it's required, or the minimum versus the maximum. Let's do the maximum. And two, let's go ahead and proceed on what he had emailed as far as doing these signs, the speed indicator, and I just don't care about the rumble strips because it'll keep people up. But you don't, let's do the signs, speed indicators, and we'll address this speed humps afterwards.
Okay, so you're asking for you're requesting another speed study?
Yes, sir. Whatever if he's doing the minimum here, because usually there's a window of how short a time and how long of a time. He would know better than I would. He's the engineer, he's the director.
What's the policy state, Dr. Malik?
I have to really read all thing and bring
Okay.
it back. I don't
Yeah.
want to give you halfway information. So.
All right. So if we can give the director opportunity to get the policy, give us the stipulations of what would be in scope for that, along with the recommendations of the signs and otherwise, as well as bringing the policy to us for some updates. So we'd be looking for some recommendations for you so that we can make some updates to vote upon.
Yes, sir.
All right. Commissioner Guilfoyle or anybody from the committee, is there someone who wants to put that in a motion?
That was in a motion. Somebody want to second it?
Second. All right. So we got a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, do you need that run by again so we know what we're voting on? Yes, ma'am. Commissioner Guilfoyle, please clarify your motion, sir.
The analysis, speed analysis, right, sir? Speed signs with the indicators. Okay, and the other was to review the policy.
Let me pull it up right quick.
Proceed with reviewing.
Motion to implement a speed warning indicator, install the no traffic signs, no through traffic signs.
A no through? No
Yes, ma'am.
traffic. Okay.
And give us a copy of the policy when it comes to speed humps in neighborhoods, requirements.
Speed humps, okay. Yeah.
And clarify, you said the speed
Policy.
notification?
The policy.
See on the humps.
No, I'm talking about before that. You said the speed indicator.
Yes, sir.
That's the sign with the...
Blink, blink, tell you how fast.
Right. And that was what you all said you had before.
Yes, sir.
Correct. All right. So we're going to put those back in play without the rumble sticks, correct? Without the rumble sticks?
Yeah,
that was the recommendation that came from engineering.
My only challenge is, Commissioner Clark, with the rumble sticks, is that when you dig into the ground, it's no different if you drive down Bobby Jones. If you run off the road, I mean, it wakes up everybody in that car. And if people that's going to be riding through the neighborhood, the only thing it's going to do is wake up the whole neighborhood. It ain't going to slow them down. It's just...
Respectfully.
Now, if the neighborhood wants it, the window, try it.
Well, my concern is, for whatever reason, it takes 4 months to get a sign. By that time, we're out of summer. And, right now, the kids are in school, so our window for them being outside is at least narrowed. And that's about to open up significantly.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I as respectfully as I can, I'd like to see something done sooner. And when it's done with Dr. Malik, I would like to, at least help or advise or have the community advise, not me specifically, but, the locations as to where the most dense population of kids are so that these are most effective. Because to your point, we've had these signs before. We wait 4 months to get them. Like, they didn't do anything the last time. And the population of children are growing. Like, thankfully, there's a lot of people moving into the neighborhood with young kids, which is incredible.
Yeah. All right, let's do this. Mr. Crable, give us an opportunity, give engineering an opportunity to give us some more solutions. Commissioner from the 10th has made a motion. Do you want to keep the speed indicator signs in your motion?
Anything would help.
Okay. All right, Madam Clerk, are you good with the motion as it stands? All right, we had a motion and we had a second. Let's go ahead and vote.
Might be good to paint white stripes across there and make people think there is one.
To vote.
Thank you, gentlemen.
It's unanimous.
All right, thank you. Listen, I know that was a long conversation, but I'm gonna tell you it's necessary that we keep safeguarding our streets as an important topic. Gentlemen, I appreciate you all taking time out of your day advocating for your neighborhood, your children. Understand that this is a serious topic for all of us, and we wanna make sure that it's sustainable across the entire county. So thank you all for being our kind of initial segue in to open this solutions up for the city.
Yes, sir. Thank you all very much for your time and for hearing us out.
Thank you very much. All right, Madam Clerk, there's nothing else on the agenda for engineering, so that ends engineering services. Thank you.
Am I next? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to call Administrative Services to order. Ms. Bonner, are there any additions, deletions?
Yes, ma'am. We have a request to delete item 2.
Okay. On item 1, I would like to pull that at this time. I need a little more information before I start.
Okay. So
talking
we
about
want to
this.
delete this?
Yeah, for the time being,
Okay,
yes,
okay.
ma'am. So if we're deleting item 2, so I see if we can have a motion to approve number 3.
Yes, ma'am.
Second. Okay. Where'd Don go?
Mr. Clark's out. Okay. Mr. Garrett out. We need to. Yeah, so you
don't have a
no, ma'am,
quorum.
you have no quorum. You want to just refer to the next meeting?
Yes. Yeah. Well, everything's been deleted. so-
AED may consider putting up force speed bumps or similar traffic calming devices at a cost of $14,000 per year per commissioner district.
Okay, thank you. That motion carries with
Okay.
Mr. Garrett out.
And I believe that concludes administrative services. today.
Between you
Yes,
and
ma'am.
Stacy, y'all won.